Good morning, or evening, or afternoon, wherever you are. Let's get some comics done today, because we've got 3 pages done. There are at least 20, no, that's not 30, 32 pages, and I have a lot to do still. These aren't even finished with the thumbnails, so let's get going. Hi BP, how you doing? First up, let's get a new page set up, because I made some actions for that do a lot of the stuff for me. Oh, no, you're not supposed to go into web balloons, but that's fine. So, we are on page 4. There's a big fire there. Let's get... how are we doing this the dumbest way possible? Probably. Yeah, okay. No, there might be a little better way. Oh jeez, yeah. Yeah, nothing like that. I'm already in weekend mood. So, let's get this here and make this one big. There we go. Very big. Very nice, very fancy. Alright. Here's the thing with this page. We need to do a lot of changing down here. When I originally thumbnailed this, I never had this whole magic glowing egg falls to the ground thing in there. That was an addition I made in the first 3 pages when I actually did them, so that's something we will have to do. But first, let's get some frames going. Yeah, we only need it like this. Alright, and then... oh, which function was that? Object? No. Was it? No. It was not. Oh, I know why it isn't asking me to... huh. No. I swear, Clip Studio is brilliant with a lot of things, but sometimes... no, that still is the whole thing. Let's do this another way. Nope, that doesn't quite work the way I wanted it to. So, can we just delete this? No, we can't. Oh, that sounds nice. I hope you can wander off very soon. Maybe. I've got an idea. Let's see if that idea works. Nope, it won't work. Okay. So how do I delete this frame then? I mean, I guess I could do it by rasterizing this, but that's not what I want to do. Or perhaps the issue is that I have the gutter spaces set to 50. Maybe if I set it higher, not that high, it will be easier. There we go. easier, not easiest. There's still something there, and if I were to put a border around this, which I will have to do, we will have some white stripes there. So why is there no easy way to just delete something? Asking for a friend. Okay, that's this there. Perhaps it might be easiest to just go with a big gutter space to start with. Yeah, that works about. And I can do this. I am a professional at this whole comic business. I tell you. Okay, we've got all of this. Let's move all of these up there. And get my copy layers into that folder. No, that was not. I wanted this. Oh well. So that is, when is that? 100%. As you may notice, it has been quite some time since I last did any comic work, at least with the setup, because the last page I finished on stream, I already had a lot of stuff done for that. The inks were done and the flats were done, so the entire setup was done. And I did that, yeah, it might have been 4 months ago at this point. Nothing quite like a lot of time passing, so. And do we have the right side of the hand? Yeah. Keeping things consistent in that way is also a struggle. Well, this is his left hand, and he did use his left hand in the previous page. It might be too big. I also just fed the kitties. That might buy us an hour or so of no cats. Maybe we will finally have that mythical stream that is free of catastrophes. So, and I'm switching to this one onto a lighter blue. This blue is too dark, I feel. Does it actually matter since we are on a sketch page? No, it does not. Oh. Did I mention that I'm a professional? I know exactly what I'm doing here. I'm just looking at my hand, how that one would look in that situation, which is always a good idea. And I wonder if I figured using my... Oh gosh, I'm on the wrong layer, aren't I? I spoke too soon with the catastrophes. Sweetie, what are you doing? I'll be right back. Okay, they found a bag. They found a plastic bag, and we're trying to eat that one. Hi Gex, how you doing? I'm doing quite fine. It is the weekend after all, so that definitely helps. So I was looking at my hand and trying to use that as a reference for what I'm doing, when I noticed I am on the wrong layer. And then we had catastrophe number 1. What if we have a bit of a thick forearm? So... And there we go with the thumb. Oh, you got a COVID jab. That sounds rough. I remember those were like the most reactive vaccines I have had. I haven't gotten a booster. I don't even know if we could get boosters. Unless we are having some pre-existing conditions and stuff. Because I know those people can get them, but yeah, no idea if I could. I am getting the flu vaccine next week though, so ooh, bacon is good. Bacon is life. Oh no, I can't sketch there yet, so we shall do the sketching here now. And for that, we need the subview with cramps. There we go. Look at Grandpa. I don't even know if I ever gave him a name other than Grandpa. Did I name his file something? I don't know. I don't think I ever gave him a name. And if I did, I don't remember it. So, we shall continue calling him Grandpa, I guess. here's a nice trick. I know how to draw faces better if they look in this direction. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. I never practiced them looking the other way all that much. And the good thing in Clip Studio is you can just mirror your thing and then you have it the way you need it, want it, whatever. And that way you will never get better, you will stick to your guns. But hey, I do want to be done with this comic at some point, so rather than redraw things many dozen times, like the way I'm trying not to do right now, we will just use the tools we have. There we go. Part of the chin goes away. And this part of the jaw goes away. At the same time. Oh yeah, I imagine that being rough. Like, usually I do get these shots separately unless they are vaccines that you just can get the same injection at once. And 1 year I got the flu vaccine, and that same day I went to a concert with my mom, and I felt so bad the entire time. Like, yeah, I just wanted to lie down. I loved the concert, it was fun, but I was so tired. And towards the end I felt so bad. And my mom noticed and was like, let's get you something to drink. And by drink I mean water, or might have been an apple juice, something like that. Oh, you're tossing the grumpy cat? Yeah, usually with the flu shot, it is just that day, maybe the next. The COVID shots, they took a bit more out of me, and I had the feeling they got, like, the symptoms, the side effects of the shots, they got worse with every booster I got. Okay, kitties, are you going to be fine, or are you just having zoomies? Okay, just zoomies, he said. And now I timed my movie night stuff, which I started on Wednesday. Yeah, I started on Wednesday. Really nicely, because I finished Return of the King, like Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, 2 minutes before the stream was about to go live. Yeah, I did, like I had been playing the Two Towers soundtrack in my car on repeat, and I just wanted to rewatch the movies. So I just kind of started with the Two Towers, because I don't know. The Fellowship is a perfectly good movie. Personally, the Two Towers is my favorite. So I started rewatching the Two Towers on Wednesday. And then I felt tired and was just like, well, I can finish this tomorrow. So I finished this on Thursday, so yesterday. And then I also started on Return of the King, which I finished today, 2 minutes before stream started. Planned this all out very nicely. As in, it was so much a coincidence. If I hadn't finished it in time, I just would have paused it and finished that after stream. Like, that's the good thing with DVDs, Blu-rays, streaming, whatever. They wait for you. It's not like in linear TV, when you have to wait for an ad break for a commercial to go to the toilet. You know, guys, I don't even remember which one I got. I think BioNTech both times. Like the first 2 times, and then there was and I got a third one. But don't ask me. I might have it still in my vaccination book lit. Oh, the Lord of the Rings movies, Gex? Have you not watched them? They're good. Even though they're, I think, 23, 22, and 21 years old at this point. They really hold up. I mean, I don't pay that much attention to the visuals. And usually I just, sit on my couch and sketch while I have those movies on, because I know what's on the screen and I really enjoy the music on those movies. But this time I did pay a bit more attention to the movies and the visuals as well. And there are a couple of shots where I'm like, okay, yeah, this is where you can see the age of those movies a bit. But generally, since they relied more on prosthetics and visual effects, like not visual effects, practical effects for visual effects, the movies really hold up, even though they are quite old at this point. Oh yeah, the booklet I have for my vaccinations is one I've had since birth, basically. In Germany, we had this, like, I think it was like this big, maybe, yellow booklet for for all my vaccinations I've had in my life. And any new vaccination is just put in there as well. Generally, I would like to have a digital file of that as well, especially nowadays when basically everything is digital. But on the other hand, imagine World War III is breaking out and we have to flee. I would rather have this booklet that says exactly which vaccinations I've got than some doctor in another country having no idea what kind of stuff I've had. I don't know, maybe that's just my German brain being like, we need analog stuff, we need analog stuff. Because we Germans really like the analog stuff. I mean, I think we're the only European country that still generally uses fax. Or gives out fax numbers, at least. Yes, sweetie? You want to come up? Yes? No? Maybe? Undecided. The little big boy is undecided. No. But no, we're not going into the bamboo. Nope. Nobody, no. So, there you go. If you want to tell the internet what you've got. Now's the time. No? Hmm? Not into the bamboo. Sweetie, we need to spritz you. No, I don't have it here anymore. Or do I? Ooh, I still have my little spritz bottle. There you go. That's the deuterium from the bamboo. Also, BP, you only saw the Lord of the Rings movies this year in the extended editions. I mean, those are the best way to watch them. In my very humble opinion. I mean, this time I only watched them in the theatrical cut, and I felt the entire time I was missing something. Okay, Gex, I'm with you on the Lord of the Rings books. Like, I enjoyed reading The Hobbit. I guess the Fellowship was nicely flowing generally, although in terms of pacing, those books are all over the place. At least the first two. I'd never got around to reading The Return of the King. So, yeah. And the second book, I don't know what Tolkien was thinking. I have no idea what he was thinking with that book. Basically, he divided the journey of Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli into one little book, which I think was... No, that's the second half of the physical book. And then the journey of Frodo and Sam into another half of the book, which is the first half. And it took me ages to get through that. Like, Sam, best buddy ever. But Frodo is so extra whiny in those books. I always thought he was very whiny in the movies, which, no shade to Elijah Wood, he did great with the material he is given. But, no, he is even whinier in the books. And I don't know, I didn't really enjoy the books. I find them very boring. Like, the flow and pacing just wasn't there. So I'm very much with you in, I don't really like the books. And I've never tried the Silmarillion. I have watched the first season of Rings of Power, and I still need to watch the second season at some point. Like, not having read the Silmarillion, I think it helps with those books. Or with that show. Because everybody who's read the Silmarillion says the show's bad, and I don't know, I've not minded the show just yet. The Hobbit movie, I have opinions, harsh opinions, lots of harsh opinions. I'm with you there. On many accounts. Like, the first Hobbit movie was great, and I think if Peter Jackson would have had his way and made just 2 movies out of that book, it might have been okay on the whole. And he had to do 3. And there just isn't enough material for 3 movies. Technically, I'm not even sure there's enough material for 2 movies, but I guess we could have gone with 1 very long movie or 2 somewhat shorter movies. There is a fan cut of The Hobbit. I think it's called the Cardinal Cut. Let me put that into chat. That one is pretty good. It's basically some fans decided, hey, we are going to edit those 3 movies into 1 movie and make it a bit closer to the book in terms of what material there's in the movies. Like, they can't do everything. They were not willing to basically make an abridged version where you have extra scenes, more dialogue and stuff, but the Cardinal Cut is pretty good. I like that one. And Starship Troopers I still have not watched. I think I have an idea what it is and what it is about, but I cannot guarantee it's the right idea. Okay, now Terry Pratchett is somebody whose books and humor I don't know, they don't jive with me. I read one of his Discworld books, Reaper Man. And I did try to get into Guards, but I don't know. I just not my kind of humor. Did not jive with me. Personally, for absurdism and stuff, I prefer Jasper Fforde. Really like his First Day Next series, as well as the, oh god, what is the series called? The Last Dragon Slayer series, which is a YA book, so. But YA not in the sense of, hey, we've got a hot chick and two hot dudes, love triangle. Not at all. There is, I don't think, any romance in that book, which is probably why I liked it. I personally prefer stories without too much romance, like, at least not romance that is front and center. I don't mind a romantic subplot, but if that is basically all that the story is about, that's not for me. Crumbs is tired. I'm not sure I like how that eye is looking. I think I know what the problem is. Need more foreign and Bilber's shipping material. I honestly don't like the character of Foreign at all. Not at all, no. Like, he gets to a back end and just kind of proceeds to insult everybody and feels very much holier than thou. And he never really drops that. At least not for the entirety of the first movie. And then in the second and third movie, he is still such an ass. I don't know. I mean, for the movies, I know they kind of wanted an Aragorn character type in there, and that just does not work at all. Not with this asshole. I mean, Aragorn was never an asshole. Aside maybe from accidentally leading on Eowyn. That might be something we can discuss, but in another way, Eowyn never really made her intentions all that clear towards him. She was pining a lot. But he was honest with her and said he cannot give her what she wants. Maybe Faramir can. as to why they don't write the giant birds. As far as I remember, the eagles, in the books at least, were described as very proud creatures, and they were kind of afraid that they might also fall victim to the ring's powers, which is basically a power of corruption. I don't think the ring has any other real powers, save for making you invisible if you put it on. And the other thing is, there are still Nazgul. Like, Nazgul. Giant, flying, dragon-typey things. Okay, I only find them on horseback. Where am I? There, well, that's close enough, I guess. There, that's a Nazgul. Hey, there's another Nazgul. They do be, not nice. Also, I just want to point this out. In this perspective, it looks like the wing has literally no way to really float on the air. But it's thin skin. It's bulging. And yes, Gandalf is pretty good with that stick. Also, towards the end, when Aragorn says the remaining forces of Gondor and Rohan will go to the Black Gates and draw Sauron's armies out, and they then start running towards those armies, like first Aragorn, then Merry and Pippin, and then the rest of the Fellowship, followed by the rest of the remnants of an army. And Gandalf was running. Like, running. And I mean, Ian McKellen wasn't a young person back then. He is not gotten any younger. But, whoa, he was running. And I think the only 2 times that he really used magic in the movies that we've seen were when he was fighting the Balrog and told the Balrog, "You shall not pass." And then the second time when when the retreating forces from Osgiliath were making their way to Minas Tirith and were chased by Nazgul on their flying dragon thingies. And he rode out to cast light so the Nazgul wouldn't be able to get the remaining riders as they were vacating Osgiliath. And I think those were the only 2 times that he actually used magic. So, and then we have another problem here. Somehow, we made these things sticky. These are not supposed to be sticky. No. Why are you still sticky? Put off snapping. Okay, there we go. No idea what I was talking about. If I had a DVD or, well, rather Blu-ray disc drive for my PC, I would tell you everything. We would be watching the extended edition right now. I may have just watched that, but Like I mean, I didn't really watch that. I watched the theatrical cut, which is in total about 3 hours shorter. Maybe 4 hours shorter. I hope you don't have any plans for the rest of the night. Well, BP, I can tell you that season 5 of Discovery is pretty good. It is still not my favorite Star Trek season ever. However, it is pretty good. I would say, for me personally, it is still way above Insurrection. And that was not technically a good movie, but it was not the worst offender of movies. Season 3 of Picard, though. Your brother-in-law is onto something there. Like, on one hand, I don't know how much you know about that season, so otherwise mute me for the next 30 seconds or so. On the one hand, I'm glad that Beverly is back. On the other hand, I don't like what they did with her character. I mean, it goes along with so much they have done with Riker and Deanna too. They just took those nice characters that were having a good time on the Enterprise, traumatized them for life, and then put them back in. Oh, Gex, I will keep you awake. Because I will be screaming behind the scenes stuff the entire time. You will not be able to sleep. I don't think I'm actually a good person to watch those movies with. That one exactly beat me. That is probably the one that is most well known. Favorite season of Star Trek? Season 7 of DS9. I can see why. I can definitely see why. Now, me personally... Okay, I can't even tell you which season that is of Voyager, but personally I'm very much a Voyager fan. But also, I remember season 5 of DS9 having some real good episodes. And I think season 9, oh not 9, season 5 of DS9, that's where the 9 came, wasn't that the one where they made it official that Julian was genetically altered? Okay, could move this over just a bit again. I think that was the season, because that was a really good one. Anyway, Voyager season 5 was also great. I also liked season 6, because it was only at the tail end that they actually got all the Borg children too. Like, that was so late in the show. Also, I don't remember building the Delta Flyer was also pretty late in the show, if I remember correctly. I mean, I only watched that a couple months ago, but everything's blending together if you just binge stuff. Yeah, Unimetric Zero is, I think, one of the worst ideas they've had for that show. Like, I may hate Egypt's parents with a passion. With the fires of Mount Doom behind me. But that episode at least gave some closure to where did Egypt come from, like his origins. It gave closure to, hey, my parents are toxic, they tried to get me assimilated twice. It didn't just happen once, but twice. And I will cut them out of my life now. So that was nice. Yeah, Seven is a love interest so often, and I mean, I get it, she's hot. She's really hot. And I definitely understand where the Doctor is coming from, because he spends a lot of time with her. So I can see how he gets not just attracted to her, but also by getting to know her better on a more character level, not just surface deep, like, oh, she hot. My photons are aglow. But, yeah, I can see how he just really gets to know her differently. And since he also spends so much time with her, he also notices more of her vulnerabilities. So, yeah, I can see how the Doctor fell in love, but I don't know the rest of the crew there. Oh, we are talking about Voyager and 7 of 9 and her many male admirers. Hey Aptal, how you doing? I am working on a comic page and I will zoom out for you very much here. Currently, technically, still sketching, not inking, so the title of the stream might be a bit, yeah. Meanwhile, BP and I are talking about Star Trek. Because we are nerds. So, okay, now I need to turn this guy around a bit. But yeah, some of the 7-centric episodes, especially where they really try to get this whole romance going, are not my fault, by far. And I really, really wanted her to, I don't know, come home, meet that aunt that she was, I don't know, it's not FaceTiming, that she was calling that one episode after she found out she actually still has living relatives, even though nobody really knew what happened to her parents at that point. So yeah. Oh, that was so good. Yeah, that was a really good two-parter when she sort of returns to the collective. Alright, now I need to figure out how to make this pose both dynamic, but not too dynamic, because he basically is just standing there snapping the fire he already had in his hand. and then we get a whoosh. These are technical terms, by the way. Whoosh. See, I don't really like this. Okay, we are doing something different. Oh yeah, the Borg Queen in some of those episodes was so good. I didn't really like her that much in First Contact. Like, she wasn't a bad character in First Contact, but I don't know, the fact that she was so Locutus Picard focused, and then just like, oh hey, we have data, a perfect machine. Why would you need imperfection? We can use this. Right, I don't know, I didn't really like that because it felt too emotional when the Borg aren't supposed to be emotional. Oh, she definitely went full that way, yes. So, let's see. Okay, I'm trying to look up some reference and I'm not using Pinterest for once. Because I did find this other thing, like, it's called Same Energy. So, but how do I describe the post that I want? No, that's the right one. Let's try this. Okay, yep, nope, we closed that. Okay, I thought there might be less AI there. I was wrong. Those were some very horrifying hands. Okay, I'm gonna try Pinterest now. Maybe I should just go to that one Pinterest board I have of post references. Because why make a post reference board on Pinterest if you never use it? Don't ask me. I'm bad at using it. So while I'm not really getting the kind of image that I want, I'm getting ideas of how to maybe describe this more. So now, give me this in profile, please. Yeah, of course, the moment you want something very specific, you're not going to get it. That would be too easy. But I've got some better ideas now. Yeah, there's so much AI stuff on Pinterest and also Google search. Although with Google search you can, I think you can at least, say how old the picture has to be at least. So you can get stuff from before the surge of AI. I mean, there might still be some in there that is undisclosed, but it has gotten real bad in the last 1-2 years. So let's see. If we can't get this 7th like this, I have no idea what I'm doing. And technically, sketching on stream while people watch me is making me nervous, but if I didn't want this to happen, I should have sketched this before. I have nobody to blame but myself. We're getting there, somewhat. Not fast, but slowly at least. But yeah, I can also see how they might try to exploit the fact that they basically made the internet unusable. And yeah, I know of a couple of sites that have these kinds of stuff. These are not incoherent gags. People in the know, they can decipher them. And the Borg Queen is real as in it exists on a show. She exists on a show? I don't know. I mean, they call it a Borg Queen, but do Borg actually have gender? I don't know. Oops, Cramps is missing a leg. There you go. Cramps has his leg again. He might still need it if he wants to walk out of this cave. The head is just a tad too big. Better, not perfect. Oh yes, BP, speaking of the mail thing. Deutsche Post has not gotten back to me yet about that thing. I am upset with them. Very upset. I don't know. I don't think it got to you because I think you would have told me. But yeah, I know of a couple of services that actually offer sending photos from photo shoots with actual models. But I can't think of what that one is called. Bodies in Motion, I think. Because what I do have for free on their website is looking really nice. I think that's what it is called, but I could be wrong. It's been a while. And you can technically subscribe to their stuff and be sure to get actual people that took photos of actual people. And they have existed for many years. I think I saw them pre-pandemic times already. Or might have been the beginning of the pandemic. But yeah, I've seen them around for quite a while. Definitely pre-AI rise. And I personally found their subscription prices to be a bit out of my league as somebody who's only doing this as a hobby and not really generating an income with art. But I guess for studios and professionals it might be different. So, and you know, all this trouble to come up with some of the easiest poses that I ever had to draw. Just put him back on baseline with this guy, because this guy is just going to get although I would do this differently. Bad phone, why you go off in the middle of a conversation? How am I doing this guy in the best way possible? I've got an idea. I guess that's a trick I already used with Zoe's journey on one page. Now let's just try find this one special ruler. Radial line, I think it is. Yes. So what do I think of person getting incinerated right there? Okay, I need to get him up just a bit more, like that. Or perhaps just need to get everybody else down. question of perspective. Thereabouts. Alright, gags. Go get something to eat. Eating is important, and it should be fun. Oh gosh, I need to brush up on my perspective here. This does not seem right. The next question. How much do I want to work out what is all there? Technically, there's a big fire. I think we can get away with just saying there is a big fire. Let's put that in there. So, all the stuff that I do not want to detail in the background, we put big fire there. Big fire, we like big fire. Big fire makes things easier for me. Because now I only need to figure out what is in the background there. That is less of what I need to figure out. Alright, and here we can get away with the rule of cool saying this is this part. We do not need background there. Or do we go with, we put background there and then everything looks nice? We shall see how my hand feels about drawing in a whole lot of stone. Alright, then next order of business, I forgot. So, Cramps is tired. Cramps would like a nap. And then we need to reorganize that panel down there. Also, I think we can get away with raising his eyebrows just a little bit. That way he looks decently different than this, and nobody will ever know I just copied it over. Well, generally I'm not too dissatisfied with what we've had here. I never really had anything arrive in a bad state. If anything, I only had one package ever go missing, which is the one that went missing on the way to you, which I still haven't had any feedback from the postal service yet, and I'm a bit miffed about that. Other than that, oh yeah, there was that one incident with UPS. UPS is the worst I think I've had. Like, their driver never really came to my house, never gave me one of those notification cards, which you need the number of that notification card to reroute your package to a shop to pick it up, or reroute it to, so they hold it for a couple of days until you have a time that you're actually home. Like a Saturday. So, since I never got that, I almost had a package get sent back. Just because I never knew it arrived. I just checked the tracking at some point because I was like, well, it's about 2 weeks now. Time to see if there's something there. And then I had a whole lot of running around because of them. But I guess I only really have experiences with postal services in Germany. Everything else I didn't use too often or get info about stuff, so I need to keep in mind that if I were ever to think about printing this comic, and I'm not sure I will, I need to keep in mind that anything outside this line here could theoretically be cut off. There is the safety bleed, but anything here is still in danger of getting cut off. So I need to keep that in mind while I'm drawing these. Which is also why the panel borders are right there, at that safety line. Now we come to egg, magic egg, and some chart bits right there, as well as some parts of the stand the magic egg was on then magic egg can go a bit smaller. Just a little bit. You will tell it that it is still magic, still very powerful. Even though it's kind of cracked. And oozing some liquid. So the thing with this magic egg here, which is kind of explained at the end of the story in this comic, which is also kind of the beginning of the story in this comic. Because I'm trying something very weird with the storytelling here, skipping around in time a lot. The thing with this egg is it is a dragon egg. And dragons do have some innate magic in them. But they're scarce nowadays. Sometimes you see zombie dragons going around there, so that's fun. So yeah, they're kind of rare. They made their way towards the deep south. And by deep south I mean there are ice fields the size of Antarctica attached to this continent, so not easy to get there for humans at least. More chart to vivid there. But sometimes they still find very old eggs that are still viable-ish. I don't think you could still breed them so that a little dragon hatches. I don't know, maybe they could. But the reason for that is that dragons were one of the early creatures in this world and thus were still rather unrestricted in their use of what this world calls magic. Humans used to be able to do it a lot more too, but then a society very much abused their use of magic and got banished. Which in turn, they returned at some point and now the world is fucked. Oh, I don't know if I can say the F word on a YouTube stream. Don't tell YouTube I said that. I mean, I don't think I'm big enough for anybody to really care about that. Yeah, UPS is... I mean, as a private individual, I don't really have a whole lot of interaction with UPS. I think they are more of a B2B kind of delivery service around here. At least that is what I kind of noticed. So we shall now finally get to the thing that I advertise at this stream, inking. Hey, DHL abandoned the US? Or just like non-cities? I mean, the thing with DHL is they were bought by our postal service, so they are basically the standard parcel delivery service around here. And until they lost your May Club things, I never had a problem with them. Which, by the way, I need to make myself a note that I look up what the email said that I got when I made the ticket about the missing thing. Because time-wise, like time frame-wise, we're way past what they said they would do. And I need to see if there is a way to contact them with that ticket number. So I just noticed I never turned on the music for the stream. Whoops. So I guess we are having a kind of premium music stream. I just don't tell people that it is the case. Oh, you know what I'm thinking? I know, I made a mistake. It doesn't even work what I was thinking. Okay, forget the fact that I was thinking. Thinking does not happen. So, I was thinking, hey, we do see a bit of his wrist here. Maybe there are some burns there, because he do be a fire mage. And when you play with fire, sometimes you burn stuff, including yourself. However, he is wearing one of those half cloves. Gloves, not cloves. Those words are very similar. So in other words, I need to add those because I forgot them. You truly are dealing with somebody who knows their stuff. Alright. Now the hand looks like it is supposed to be. time to give Ramses' face the ink treatment. Calling it ink treatment makes me wonder, has anybody ever tried getting like tattoos of lines on their face that would look as though you were 2D drawn? Like, I know there are cafes like that have lines on edges, like the edge of the table and stuff, to give it that kind of 2D look. But has a human ever tried that? Yes, exactly. It would only work at certain angles, but has anybody ever tried that? I would Google it, but I cannot Google that on stream because I think it would come up with some very weird stuff. So yeah, welcome to my ADHD brain. I get weird ideas. Very weird ideas. But I guess that's a kind of normal for other people with ADHD, so. I mean, the thing with this whole AI training thing is Google, for example, also trained it on Reddit, and I wonder how much random ADHD stuff Google got through that. And I mean, they also trained it on things like AO3, which we know because they are able, like, is it Google's AI? No, it was ChatGPT, so Microsoft's thing. OpenAI, financed by Microsoft. ChatGPT is able to write Omega-verse fanfiction, and that is how we know it's AO3 trained. I'm like, okay. I feel they could have gotten... saying higher quality stuff, it sounds so mean because just because it's fanfiction doesn't mean it's bad stuff, and AO3 has some really good stuff on it as well. But, and I don't want to kink shame people either. If they like the whole Omega-verse stuff and want to do that themselves, that's fully their thing. Not my wheelhouse. But, yeah, I'm not sure if that was the smartest move they did. Because they certainly got some very creative writing. But is it the kind of creative they want for people to use it to do their homework or write their papers? I kind of want to know how many papers are out there that feature Omega-verse stuff. And that is where my ADHD brain just went. Whoops. And really the only reason I do know about the Omegaverse is through Lindsay Ellis, when she did that, I think it was a trilogy in the end, of Omegaverse video essays. What it is, the lawsuits around it and stuff. If I had not seen those, I don't think I would have felt like I missed something in my life. Again, not my wheelhouse. If somebody else likes that, that's their prerogative. Also, I seem to have fallen into the D&D corner on YouTube. I haven't actually watched any campaigns, just people talking about their characters that they play. And it makes me kind of want to try it at some point again. I've been thinking about that at the worst of the pandemic, when I felt extra lonely. But haven't thought about it for a while, and I kind of really want to try it at some point, but I wouldn't know with whom. And me going out looking for a group, I know this is going to be I'm going to look for a group. And then I'm going to do something totally different, because looking for someone else to do something with, not my strength at all. Now, question of questions. Did I ink the eyes in the previous pages? Yeah, if I'm comfortable around people, I can be, well, I wouldn't say as outgoing as an extrovert, but I could technically pass as an extrovert if I'm comfortable with these people. However, once we turn in for the night, I really, really need to be alone for sleepy times. Eventually, I will need to recharge, and recharging happens by being alone at some point again. But once I'm around people that I like, I can be quite social. In other words, I am not debilitatingly introverted most of the times. I mean, I think I'm also pretty good at masking in some situations, and honestly, I'm really glad that when I get home from work, I am alone, save the kitties. Because I'm not sure I would be able to bear somebody once I get home from work. Which is good, because I'm living alone. Yes, exactly that. I mean, I guess that is one of the reasons why I enjoy streaming. Like, on the one hand, I am comfortable in my home, and if I don't want to anymore, I can just end stream. Or I could just say, hey, not feeling like streaming today, and then just not stream that day. I can do that. Although I'm currently trying not to do that so often, just so I can actually get back into a streaming routine before I destroy it with chickening out again. And I'm also kind of counting on it in terms of my productivity. Also, both YouTube tell me I need to do it, and my planner also says I need to do it. It's like up there. Planner says I need to stream, so I stream. Honestly, getting a planner again was so nice. And I wanted a cheap one just in case that it turns out I don't use it. I'm not too mad about a big purchase. And this planner was maybe 10 euros, not quite, I think. So yeah, I like the fact that I'm trying to hang out with people again some more via stream. The other thing with streaming is it does feel kind of a bit like being in a studio space, having people around to talk to, and I'm kind of forced to sit here and do stuff rather than get up every 5 minutes, doing something else for 3 hours, and then coming back to put another line down before I vanish into the ether again for 3 hours. Okay, and the last line does not do anything for me, and neither does this one. So we do get rid of it. I've got the might of the eraser with us. You know what? Copying worked once. It will work again. There we go. Work smart, not hard. I really enjoy socializing with people I don't like. Yeah, okay. If it's people I don't like, socializing is extra hard. There we go. Cramps is there twice. So I had a hating person. I never met any. Oh no, those are the worst vibes. Yeah, I mean, if other people are on the same wavelength, then it's not just your intuition that says, I do not want to engage with this person. Because sometimes I don't know if it's just my own intuition that I cannot trust, if maybe I'm the weird person. But if other people give me basically a similar answer, then yeah, it's not just me. So, how do we go about which one works as a character and which one works for background? How about a different strategy? I'm going to put you all on break, and I'll go do some stretchies and figure this out off stream or off camera for a hot second. So the cats are surprisingly silent. I don't know where Arno is. And I'm not sure I like that. So yeah, I'll put you on break and I'll see you in 5 to 10 minutes. I return and whoops, I still have my break screen there. I return. I'm trying this whole caffeinated drink. I know it is kind of late, it's 7 p.m., but if possible, I would at least like to get the character art fully inked today. Yeah, we've got about another hour in what my schedule says. So I'm trying this little caffeinated drink again, and I hope this time dear sweet Arno is not going to try to have a drink of it. Well, two of them got some cat milk. Then you can't really see them all that much. There is an ottoman with a pillow in the way. Whatever, they got some cat milk, so they should be fine. Those are the famous last words, I think. So, instead of trying to figure out what I want to do down here with the character inks, I'm just gonna go up here and do the other stuff up here. Welcome back, X. Hi. What did you get for food? So, let's see. We need the other color. I kind of feel like this particular part would look really nice in the time lapse. That sounds nice there. Yep, look. Elise is back on her ottoman pillow throne. She's a happy kitty. She got some cat milk, which is milk specifically made for cats, reduced in lactose content. So owners don't have to deal with exploding diarrhea in the cat litter. Which, sorry if anybody was already eating something. Yeah, I know the feeling to just grab something. That's definitely fine. Sometimes you are just in the mood for food, nothing specific. And I mean, in the mood also means you're hungry. You just want something. Hi Grim, how you doing? Originally I wanted to make some tomato soup today, because it's getting into that time of the year where soup trumps basically everything. But then I was done at work and felt like, no, I don't want to cook today. So I got takeout. Okay, let's mirror this again. So we can draw faces the way we like to draw them. Well, if I do tomato soup, it isn't with grilled cheese, but with a spoonful of cream in the middle and some crackers. That is my kind of tomato soup. I did make my own tomato soup at some point. I think it was beginning of pandemic when I was very adventurous in the kitchen because I had all the time in the world. After that, I opted to do the whole tomato soup from the little packet with the instant powder in there. Simply because doing it all by myself, it was too much work to do multiple times. Right now, I'm not even sure I would have the right amount of tomatoes in the house. I do have some, but I'm not sure if it's enough for proper tomato soup. For me, the part that I disliked the most was straining the tomato soup to get all the skin bits out and some of the seeds. It was just so annoying because you had to scoop so much tomato soup, and I didn't want to put another pot on the oven to scoop it from one pot to another through a sieve. Which would have been easier, I think, but also my dishwasher wasn't very big. I would have had to do the dishwashing by hand. And I didn't want to do that. So now we've got our reference for cramps up there. Okay, get you a bit larger. Like larger? No, I cannot make you. I can only make you larger this way. Sorry, cramps, you gotta stay small. I mean, generally, if I were to start, I would probably get some... Hey, what are they called in English? In German it's passierte Tomaten, which has two meanings, I guess. One is they passiert as in pureed, I guess. That's a good word. Kind of pureed. And the other way is, you could say, they happened. Those tomatoes happened to be tomatoes at one point in time. So I like to call them the once were tomatoes. Let's see, what's the actual word for that? Okay, the first thing this dictionary site gives me, yeah, something happened once, something transpired. But they mean sieved tomatoes. Okay, so they were pureed and sieved. I mean, it makes sense. There's no skin or a peel. Is it peel? Or seeds in there anymore. So. But see, with pizza specifically, I'm very lazy. Either I order some to be delivered, or I get some from the freezer. It seems like way too much dough. I mean, yeah, you can freeze pizza dough, so I guess it wouldn't go to waste. And if you make it once, you don't have to make it again for a couple of times of making pizza. Alright, you know what I should have done while sketching? Figuring out how the outfit works in this angle. You know what I did not do? Figure out how this outfit works in this angle. Oh yeah, I'm definitely somebody who knows exactly what I'm doing the entire time. Anybody saying something else is blatantly wrong. So I dare everybody to say something that is wrong. I need to reference a previous site page. Page is the word. What did your shirt look like there? Okay. I got all the info I needed from these pixels. Ooh, at the bakery. Okay, yeah, that definitely makes sense. Lots of pizza dough for lots of customers. Lots of hungry customers, so they buy more pizza. I mean, I kinda want to get back into baking a bit more again. But we have so many people out of work who bring cake to work with them just cause. Why not? Everybody likes cake. So, in other words, I don't need to bring cake as well. And just for me alone, getting an entire cake together is just feels like too much. Oh, I need to keep in mind that we are mirrored at the moment. I wouldn't want this belt buckle going the wrong way. I mean, the other question is, would anybody ever notice Probably not. But I would know. Okay. Favorite things to make was actually donuts. Fresh deep fried donuts with sweet. BP, they sound amazing. They sound amazing. All I ever had were donuts that were definitely made in mass production, because they were always deeply frozen. I mean, they were not bad, but I probably never had proper donuts. I mean, they're not that big a thing over here. In general, like, you can get them at grocery stores, but yeah, they're not a staple around here. Let's put it that way. So I need another info from these pixels. Sometimes our grocery stores have like, hey, it's US American week, get all US American food. Which is still kind of the European spin on that. But I have tried a couple of things that people were talking about sometimes, and I'm curious. But I don't know if it is the European spin on it, or if my taste buds just grew a bit differently. Dr. Pepper. I don't even know if we have that over here. Because I can't say I ever tried it. I mean, I was in the US for 3 weeks when I was still in high school. But I don't think I have tried Dr. Pepper at that point. I did try Mountain Dew, and boy, that was a shock to whatever sweet taste buds I have on my tongue. Always an assault of sugar and sweeteners. Like, sometimes I think the sodas and stuff that we have here are sweet and sugary. And then I think back to my experience with Mountain Dew in the US. Also, say hello to little Arno. And by little, I mean he is just 1.5 years old. He looks like he's 5. And stays the best drink created on earth, but the Dr. Pepper I tried in Sweden was repulsive, and the one in UK was horrible. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if we actually have it in Germany. I never paid attention to that. Because the only sodas I get over here are by Vita, which is an Eastern German brand. And I like their stuff. That's my kind of patriotism. I try to buy from relatively local manufacturers. I don't know much more about them though. They may have a couple of skeletons in their closets. So I am not going to just recommend stuff here. See, I like Fanta. And out of the Coca-Cola brands, like Coca-Cola themselves and Sprite, Fanta is technically my favorite among them. I'm not very much one for cola flavor. I don't know, didn't like it. However, when I noticed that Vita has so many more flavors that is so much better, I switched. I said bye bye Orange Fanta and hello Vita. Yes, Gex, there definitely is. There is still very much a societal divide. Like, if you look at certain maps of Germany, like, let's take my favorite. Yeah, I think it's my favorite example. If you look at a map of Germany about religious practices, like, are people like very openly religious? Are they baptized, still part of the church, for example? Or I guess you could say the same with, are they still a Muslim, Jewish, or anything? Eastern Germany, there's nothing there. Nothing. Like, yeah, we have a couple of people who are religious, but it's very different from what you see in Western Germany. And right now we do have a bit of a political extremism thing going on, where specifically Eastern Germaners, Eastern Germans kind of tend to vote for parties that are not very democratic, I would say. I mean, personally, I'm very much a lefty. But not everybody thinks the same. And I mean, it would be boring if everybody did. However, there are certain parties I would like to not see anymore, personally speaking. Yeah, there's definitely still a difference in income. In the retirement funds, infrastructure is also still a big thing. And the density of high profit companies and stuff is way higher in the Rhine area. I mean, that is a thing where I'm like, that was historically the case for many centuries at this point. So I'm not sure if that is specifically a Western Germany, Eastern Germany, as of the past 80 years kind of thing that happened. So yeah. I mean, the Rhine always had the good fortune to also have a lot of coal in the area, so during the industrialization they were the dog, basically. And even before that, with the Rhine specifically having all that trade with France, Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg. I don't know how old Luxembourg is. Yeah, so they basically had a way to the channel. Yeah, the Rhine is a very important river. Also, as for Bavaria being very religious, you have a pretty good mix between Catholics and Protestants. Oh, I got one. There. Yeah, you've got a pretty good mix between those two. Generally, you will see a whole lot of crosses. They are also a bit more openly still religious. And they do say, instead of hello, good day or something, they do say Grüß Gott, which is like greeting, God's greeting, something like that. Yeah, I don't think it's that way. I mean, if you're in a city, it's also very different than being in a rural area. But I think that's also the case in the States. Like being in a very rural area where you have like the next, I don't know, village, town, whatever, is 3 hours away. Of course, you're isolated. You will be very weird towards the outside. Although I guess you could say in Germany, the next village town is like an hour by foot, so pretty close. Okay, I almost forgot we were mirrored. There we go. So yeah, I feel like Europe specifically may not be as extreme or as openly extreme in religious matters anymore due to being so densely populated. However, you will always have black sheep. And the other thing is, while I was in Scotland, specifically in Edinburgh, and going through, oh, what was that street again? When you come down from Edinburgh Castle and basically go the souvenir lane, there were so many people with signs of God still likes you, come to God and that kind of stuff, like very religious stuff, trying to guilt trip people into becoming religious. And I'm like, I've never seen that in Germany at all. Like, never have I seen that kind of outwardly trying to recruit people to come back to the church. So, yeah, that was kind of interesting. But, yeah, the only kind of religious person I have... he wasn't the only really religious person. I mean, I did go to a Protestant high school. Like, it was middle school, high school together, as is common in Germany. And, yeah, we did have lessons in religion, but not just in Christianity and the denominations of Christianity, but we looked at all the religions, well, all the major religions, let's put it that way, not all of them. And we learned different things there, like their history, what they try to practice, and through that practice to achieve. So it was pretty versatile. The other thing is, usually in public schools at least, you can choose between religious studies and ethical studies. Basically, both teach the same thing, but if it's called religious studies, some more religious parents will be more open to it than when it's ethical studies. But it's technically the same. They teach the same in the end. And I mean, yeah, we did read in the Bible and we did dissect some of it, not all of it. And our teachers all said, you really do not need to read the entire book. It's enough if you read the stuff while we're in class. And then at the beginning of the third lesson of the day, we always had a silent minute, like we were just to be silent, go in ourselves, think about stuff. And yeah, that is not particularly religious, it's more like be mindful. And then we had two, I No, it's not Mass, because it's Mass is something that's Catholic, I think. The hello, Anna. The Protestant equivalent of it. We had 2 of these in a year. Once the last school day before Christmas, and then the last day of the school year. And that is all. We had 1 extra at some point because one of the students committed suicide, and they had an extra service, that's the thing, service for them at that time. I didn't go though, because I didn't know the student and I didn't want to be there among people who genuinely grieved that student and pretend that I was grieving somebody I didn't know. So I didn't go to that one. I stayed in the school and behaved. I think I did homework or something. So yeah, that's the kind of religious that the school was. Definitely nothing too extreme. I mean, the other thing is we did have a lot of travel opportunities through the school. And when we did have those, looking at churches and stuff was kind of a given, but also churches in Europe generally look really nice, so I was more interested in them from an architecture point of view, so that's fine by me. Generally though, I do fall in the category of agnostic. I do not really believe in a higher power at all. Also, let me go back on chat because I've been rambling about religion for a while here. An hour by foot is wild, but I have read and through observation seen many Germans love walking. Yes, I do like using my leggies to get to certain things, places. I don't mind using the car either, but I do love walking. Deeply underway in here, but there are churches absolutely everywhere, even random isolated places for some reason. Yeah, churches are basically in, you could say, almost every village even. Sometimes a municipality came together for, like, I don't know, Sunday service, and then they did travel to the next village over. That does happen, but generally, yeah, a lot of places do have little churches, and a lot of them are even still in use. Sometimes they even build newer churches close to the highways, and there's one, I think, is it Himmelkron or Bad Berneck, one of the two. That is a feat of very interesting modern architecture. Let me see if I can find an image of that one. I think, is it Bad Berneck? Oh, it's Himmelkron. However, we did find an image. This is the church. It looks a bit weird, if you ask me. So, that is some kind of church. Honestly, if they didn't have the cross on top, I wouldn't say it is a church. So what is... Oh, it says Christophorus down there. I mean, did I tell you about the time that I actually donated blood in a church? That was fun. So, and our parents do have little areas assigned for religious people to do their thing. I don't know if we have that at our airports. I never paid attention. As I'm not religious, I do not seek these places out, so I never paid attention. So could be, could not be, I don't know. But it's nice for people who do believe and do want to do these practices. And if they have some privacy, that's nice too. Because just because you are not, just because you're open about what kind of religion you are following, it doesn't mean you want everybody to see you while you're praying. And get off an airplane and instantly they are full of people telling you that they're kind of disrespectful. Okay, no, that is weird. That is weird. Okay, no, that is weird, and yeah. I mean, if you have a secluded space for people to just, not have the hubbub of an airport, that's one thing, but if that is often used to harass people, that's not fine. And harassing both in the religious sense and the non-religious sense, both are awful. So yeah, I do get having a bit of a private space for people who do want to do stuff, but the moment they use it to harass people, that's, yeah, not nice. Okay, yeah, no, that's not nice then. So one day a couple of young ladies from Canada knocked on our door. They were missionaries, okay. I mean, I have heard of Jehovah's Witnesses also going around here. I personally have never seen them. Like, my grandma told me about them. She lives in northern Bavaria, which is technically Franconia, but for simplicity, northern Bavaria. So, I've never seen these people, but apparently they exist. I don't think they exist a lot in Eastern Germany, because as I said, the map of Eastern Germany and religious practices is basically, it does not exist. Cathedral in New York City is just beautiful. I think I have been to New York City. I want to say I might have just seen Trinity Church. Does that count as a cathedral? I don't know. I mean, I do have pictures. I have pictures. I can show you everything. Photos. There, I was in the US at that point. And I was in New Hampshire. I was not that far from Kay. Like, very close. Very, very close. Okay, we're not in New York yet. That looks more like New York. Look at baby Zippy in front of Lady Liberty. That was 15 years ago. Okay, yeah, then I have not seen the cathedral. Are you a church? You look like a church. Is that the thing? I have no idea. Ooh, freedom flag. Oops, freedom flag is gone. It's back. I don't know, I cried from being overstimulated in New York City, so I was glad to be gone at some point. We were in Boston too. 2 weeks before that, I think. Could be around 2 weeks before that. I like Boston more. So yeah, I cried in New York City from being overstimulated and feeling very alone. It was better the next day, but wow. And I mean, the other thing that really made me not want to go back to New York was we were in a hostel while in New York, and the owners of the hostel told us to not take food to our rooms because that might attract rats. And I do not want to go back. But I mean, it was a hostel. It probably is different if you go to, I don't know, a 5-star hotel or something. Although that might cost a lot more too. But yeah, it was in Manhattan. Don't ask me where exactly it was. Maybe I could find out. Do I? I don't know if I do have a journal entry from that. My journal is up there. I know where it is. Could have a look after stream. You know, there was no cleaning there. Again, it was a hostel, specifically for a youth hostel, so... Although, that being said, I did stay at a lot of hostels while I was in the UK and Scotland. Nobody ever told me I could not take food to the room, because it might attract rats. So... I mean, on the one hand, I would really like to go to the US again. On the other hand, right now, I feel that I know too much to go without being worried about stuff the entire time. When I was 15 years younger, meaning I was 15, I did not have that kind of foresight or insight. One day perhaps. See, the only thing I know of New Jersey is that's where the crime happens. But it might just be New York propaganda. Yeah, okay, that's true too. Crime does happen everywhere. And I mean, just saying, in one state, that's where all the crime happens. It feels a bit weird when you have New York City right there, which is a staple location of so many crime shows. I mean, I guess if I were to go to the US again at some point, I would kind of like to do a East Coast tour. Either start in New England to see Kay and then come down through Jersey to Maryland to see Jen, or go the other way. But I feel like I would need at least 2 weeks, because that is a lot of driving I have to do. Oh yeah, definitely not going to Florida. Ever. Like, I'm not that enticed by Disneyland, or is it Disney World? I'm never sure. One is in California, the other is in Florida. I'm never sure which is which. The Disney theme park. I'm not too enticed by that, so I feel that is also kind of the only thing you can really do in Florida. Other than maybe beach. But I can do beach in Italy, and Italy is closer. Okay, Florida's Disney World, okay. I always mix them up. It's easier in Europe, we only have Disneyland Paris. So, Paris, whatever. Whatever language you want to go with. So that is a bit easier. Although, if I were to go to France at any point and be in the Paris area, I would much rather go to Asterix Land, because I feel that would be real fun. See, having been both to London and to New York, they have some very different vibes. I feel London, just by virtue of being older and kind of more organically grown, although it burned down a couple of times, it feels narrow and thus more busy and hectic, whereas New York just feels like everybody avoids each other the entire time. While still being busy and hectic, but differently. If that makes sense. Yeah, see, Paris is not high on my list either. Like, there are a couple of things I might want to see at some point. But most of those things I've already seen in Assassin's Creed Unity, and that is enough. And I mean, I can't even get afraid of heights anymore in Paris. Because I don't think they've rebuilt Notre Dame Cathedral properly yet. And the way I could get really afraid of heights there is, I don't know, how well do you all know Hunchback of Notre Dame Disney version? Specifically the Disney version, because this is a visual thing. During the song Out There, when Quasimodo is climbing to the top of one of those towers that has a cross and then just spins around there, and the camera does another spin, I get so sick every time I see that. My stomach drops as though I'm dropping to the ground. So yeah, this is specifically a visual thing. But yeah. I mean, having some distance from when I read the book, I kind of like the book. It is very, very sickening, but I kind of like it. It takes a bit to get into it, definitely, and if you're not in a good headspace, I do not recommend it anymore, because, yeah, it is kind of depressing. Very depressing, actually. And the thing is, after I read that and saw what Disney changed, and I talked to my mom about it, because I do like talking books with my mom. She said that she watched an older adaptation of it, like a movie adaptation of it, long before the Disney version existed. I mean, there are a couple, but I don't know which one exactly she watched. But she said, like, it was so different when I saw the Disney version, and the way I kind of wanted to watch it again and again was so weird for her. Until she sat down and actually watched it with us. Which do not recommend. Do watch movies with your kids or before your kids watch them, because they may be disturbing. For all the more age-appropriate changes Disney made, that movie is still rather disturbing. But damn, the soundtrack slaps so much. But also gags, yes. Czechia is great. I do recommend, if you ever get there. It's beautiful. I still have to do the whole Bohemian Paradise hike I wanted to do. And then couldn't do. Cause this cat there. Right there. That's her. The one that made me not go on a trip. But I definitely won't be able to do that before the new Kingdom Come game comes out. I am thinking of maybe streaming my playthrough. Not sure yet though. Maybe I want to experience it alone at first, because I feel like if I were to stream it, I would have to take too many breaks in between gameplay, because I cannot stream every day. Oh yeah, getting a dog sitter. I imagine that's not easy. Well, it might be easy to get one, but they will also want a lot of money, I guess. Which is fair. They are responsible for another living being, and I want to be compensated. Does not mean bank account likes it. And yeah, you will need a passport. I got mine renewed specifically so I could go to Scotland. Now I have a passport, and I will have it for about another 9 years, so I have to make use of it. That is a good plan. Being crisps, that's a good plan to bribe him with. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Ink the boots. That sounds really nice. I really want to go to Wales at some point. I mean, first on my list of places I need to go, I really want to go, they need to be explored and they need to be seen with my own eyes, is actually Italy. I mean, have I been to Italy? No, I don't think I've ever actually been to Italy. I've been to Malta, so I've flown over Italy. But I've never been to Italy proper. And there are so many places there I want to see too. But I have to wait until my little sister has finished school, so my mom and I can go together. So I give it another 2-ish years. And ideally maybe in spring or something. Definitely not in summer. But we'll see. So another 2-ish years now takes us into 2026. So 2028, it can come to Wales in 4 years. Because in between I kind of want to also go to Bohemia and do the whole Bohemian Paradise thing, as I said. So that will be in 3 years. And then, yeah, maybe. Alright, get that food prepared. And we'll come back, PP. Alright, now we're going to do some tricksing. I'm going to be tricksy little hobbitses. Tricksy little hobbitses. So I'm not too bothered by things looking a bit weird up top, because up top is very small. Two football stadiums, the teams I like. Only a few more left. Oh, which ones are left? I mean, I know of Bayern München, but which others are there? Which others are there still? Ha ha ha, we are very tricksy little hobbitses. I went to Manchester City and I see Bayern. Yes, and I want to go to Madrid and Milan. Okay, so you will still have Spain and Italy left afterwards. Well, I don't know. Do you Northern Italians feel Italian? Because in one part of northern Italy, they speak German more than they speak Italian. I mean, I did hear that Madrid is a really beautiful city, especially with what's left over of the what are they called in English? It's Mauren in German. But when the North African, I think they were Muslim people. I don't know for sure though. When they took over a whole lot of the Iberian Peninsula. So they were Muslim because they brought mosques with them, or well, they built some. And there is supposed to be a whole lot of really nice stuff left. The only thing of Spain I know for sure I've been to is Mallorca, which the Brits and the Germans are kind of fighting over with aggressive tourism. Almohada. What does that mean? What did I just say on stream? Yeah, it does sound really nice to say. But what does it mean? Pillow. Okay, yeah, I can say pillow more. Pillow is good. You know, I did take Spanish for 2 years in high school. You know how much is left? I learned more from you and Jen than I remember from Spanish class. Is 8 hash browns too many or not enough? Maybe it's the sweet spot of hash browns. I mean, the question is, how many patties are you going to have with that? And the other question is, how much work would it be to potentially warm up more? In a taxi. I mean, I know that Spanish and Italian are pretty closely related, and that you can understand most words. Some might need a bit more of an explanation, but generally, I think it is not too dissimilar how German and Dutch work. Oh yes, cheese. You can never have too much cheese. Even if you're lactose intolerant. You can never have too much of it. You just shouldn't be around people too much afterwards. Like, you want to know what kind of milk I had in my caffeinated drink? Lactose free. That's what it says there. Lactose free. And so I can show that I bought this kind of milk on stream because it's the kind of milk that I need to pretend I like. I mean, I like it. For reasons. Reasons being, I'm employed by that grocery chain store chain. Then let me show you milk from, how do you pronounce it? Lidl? Because we say Lidl in Germany. But I think it's Lidl for you guys. You English speaking guys. And girls. And persons. And people. I do a watch store as well, and the store manager was from Cuba. Pretty cool speaking Spanish. Got me an espresso after I shopped. I mean, I would hope so, because I'm pretty sure that watches are kind of expensive, so least they can do is offer you some caffeinated drink. Okay, let me say this, Gex. I do prefer raw onion to fried onion, so I'm with you on the raw onion. It needs to bite back. Jeez, that is service on that store. I mean, to be honest, I have never really been to a store with really expensive jewelry or watches. I just kind of tend to use the cheaper stuff, or well, with the smartwatch, I just got it off Amazon during, I think it was Black Friday a couple years ago, so I'm a bad person because I consume from Amazon, and I do it quite regularly. Although I'm proud to say I cost them money with my Prime subscription, because they spend more in delivery than I pay every month. I also watch a whole lot of their stuff on Amazon Prime, and I use my Prime sub on Twitch, so they do pay quite a big portion in comparison back out to a friend. So I cost them money. I like that. So my caffeinated drink is empty. And it wasn't stolen by Arno. That's a new one. Very new. That's the best shopping experience I ever had. It was so nice and the people were so sweet. And I spoke to me about their trips to Puerto Rico. I was so good at selling. I mean, it's really good if they really made you feel comfortable. That is a sales tactic of a kind, especially in the higher priced shopping experience. But it is always nice to be made comfortable while you're there. See, here's the thing. I have not saved this page at any point in time today. I have done so now. That would have been awkward if Clip Studio were to crash. And now I can talk about it crashing because I just saved. I am safe. Okay, let me get a parallel line. And do some inking up here. The weird thing about Clip Studio I have found is that you cannot draw a straight line by pressing the Shift button. You need to do it with this parallel line ruler for some reason. They asked me to just sit and I brought me things to try on, and they were like, wow, your hair is so curly, so beautiful. flattery will always make me happy. Yeah, I can see that, especially if you have suffered from a low self-image and suddenly people are like, hey, I like this thing about you. It looks good on you. That can be so nice. So much better than insulting people by pretending they're not there because they do not look like they have money. Which apparently is a thing that happens specifically in car sales, from what I've heard. I had zero intentions to buy, but with the money I got back from the tax reason, I was able to upgrade my return ticket to first class ticket. Hey, that's nice. I had some Danish elk pie, and the menu said this elk was hunted less than 24 hours ago. Okay, that was a quick turn from, well, running free. It was, well, okay, it was hunted, so it might have been running free. So quick turn from running free to being eaten. But see, here's my particular stance on hunting. If it is done for population control and specifically from game, wild boar and stuff, things are also eaten, I don't mind hunting all that much. I know there are some people who are very much anti-hunting, and I can see why they think hunting is not good. Or why they think hunting is evil, whatever. And there's poor animals. But if the entire animal is consumed afterwards, it was not wasted. Like the death of that animal had a reason. And I'm the same with, like they do sell hair masks that are made of the bone marrow of horses. Among other things, there are also hair masks made of coconut oil or some other oil stuff, and yeah. So, and a lot of people, specifically the horse girlies, are like, ooh, I can't do that to my hair. There are animal parts in my hair now. If they have already put it on at some point. If not, they will just say, no, I will never buy this. And here I am like, yeah, but this animal is dead. Let's use every part to make sure that this death was not in vain. So I will put horse bone marrow in my hair sometimes. Yeah, I'm definitely anti-hunting for trophy hunting. Like specifically for trophy hunting. If you, for example, shoot a deer and let's say neck downward, you basically make sure everything is used for something, or at least, and then you only stuff the head with the antlers and things because you want to display that. To me, that one is fine. But trophy hunting just for the sake of hunting, to put something on your wall or whatever, make a rock out of it, that feels wrong. Like, please do use the animal properly. Hunting and self-defense, like killing an animal in self-defense, if you are attacked by something and you have the means to defend yourself, and that means killing the animal, I would also be for that. Like, you are allowed to defend your life, as is the animal. So you might not come out a winner, and I would be fine, generally speaking. But yeah, now endangered animals, let the population regrow, have a chance at a prever and repopulate. Otherwise, yeah, for sport, that's not fun. Unless the prey was billionaires. Okay, yeah, I could go along with that, but generally, billionaires like to go out with a bang. Not explicitly the explosion kind of bang, sometimes it's the implosion kind of bang, because they think that going to the bottom of the sea in a submarine that is controlled by was it a PS4 or PS3 controller? That is the kind of stuff. Yeah. I mean, I know there were a lot of people online that were like, but people lost their lives. And I'm like, yeah, they did lose their lives, but they chose to lose their lives in a very unsafe way. I don't know, if I walk into the street and know there's a car coming, is the driver really at fault or is it me? Yeah, I might be a bit too I don't know how to say this. What are words? How do they work? Nonchalant about it? I think that's how you might say it. Oops. There's a grocery store. Yeah, I do hunt in a grocery store a lot too. My cats are genuinely baffled how I can go out once every 2 weeks and come back with so much food at once. And sometimes I have cats who do bring me mice and birds, because they too want to contribute to the amount of food in the household. And they are good cats. They're not around anymore because they got hit by cars, but they were good cats. Midna was such a great huntress. And I feel Elise might be too, if I were to give her a chance. However, she will not get this chance, because I like her to be alive, not hit by cars. So let's see. I put this down there. And then we move burning guy over a bit. That feels better. Let me do this and mask this a bit. Why are you not? Oh, it's not masking because the ruler's on that layer. Okay. The idea that the inflation happened because billionaires wanted to save some money is just mind-blowing, yeah. I mean, they have the money. They are not in want of financial stuff. They have it. I can understand if you're penny pinching, if you really don't have any money. But I don't know, if you have money in abundance, you really have no reason to penny pinch. Wasn't that kind of like the idea behind trickle-down economics? That rich people would actually, and I'm saying this wholeheartedly, spend money so other people could get money? I mean, trickle-down economics was a lie in any case, So a single person couldn't spend it. Oh. You know, that makes it actually worse because it means how many people were in that submarine? 3 or 4? The 3 others weren't even ready to spend that kind of money on their supposed friend. Like, how messed up is that? Like, imagine you're out with a friend and let's say you're doing something not so terrible. As in, you may want to go out on a boat for some whale watching, for example. I don't know, that's the first non-terrible thing that I thought of it. And one of your friends is just saying, hey, I can't purchase this ticket for whatever reason. I'm like 10 euros, dollars, pounds short, whatever. I would say, oh, don't worry, I'll pay that for you. But if billionaires, the richest people on this planet, and by richest I mean we make their riches up technically, because money is also kind of an invention to make things simpler, yes, but it is kind of an invention. And we just imagine it to have value. But if they are so morally and socially bankrupt that they wouldn't even spend some money on their friends, like, what is even the point of living at that point? What is the point? Maybe there isn't a point, and that's why they went into a submarine that they knew could implode. Technically, BP, it would take even longer to blow through that because you would still accumulate interest on that stuff. Oh yeah, you're saying interest in the next message, okay. Wouldn't be able to spend it ever because you're earning more than... Yes! I don't know, I imagine just having $1 million. I imagine just having that, and I can't. I really can't. I mean, I would basically... The thing that I would do is I would still go to work. I would live my life generally as I have lived it so far. I might cut down on work, like go part-time instead of full-time, but I wouldn't quit my job. And the only things I would do is like make sure I'm financially secure, my siblings are financially secure, and then maybe get a head start on getting a house. Okay, yeah, BP, the difference between us is I technically like my job. And I personally would also be kind of afraid that I would end up as a weird hermit. So I wouldn't like to quit my job just like that. Maybe not in the beginning. Maybe I would feel different if I'm like, hey guys. Buy the company and finance that. Yeah, okay, I don't think 1 million euros or dollars would be enough for that with the company I work at. Yeah, well, good traveling. That is also nice. Like, the thing about money, especially with money hoarders like billionaires, that I don't get is you can't take this money with you. Like, if you die like every other person. You are only cooking with water, the same way a poor person does. Yeah, they are hoarders. So I don't know why you would need that much money. Like, yes, make sure you're financially secure, that you don't technically have to work another day in your life. I could see that part. But you could do that with, I don't know, a couple million. You wouldn't need billions for that. That sounds nice too. Yes, buy Ubisoft and put somebody in prison. And then make quality games again? Like, that would be nice. Personally, I'm for more Prince of Persia. And while I did enjoy the latest Prince of Persia, that being Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown, was it the Lost Crown? I did enjoy it. I did enjoy the Sands of Time, Dagger of Time trilogy way more. But that is a personal thing, I guess. Others might have different opinions on that. They give hope for the artistic integrity of game. Yeah, they called Ninja Fury. And I did read up a bit on the creation of Hellblade, and that they refused investor money. Or, well, not investor money, but a publisher. So there would be no meddling with the title. So they could do it the way they wanted to. That was nice. So very refreshing. Like, who knew people would actually be able to refuse money? It happens. Not often, but it does happen. I had to be so careful about reading up on stuff though, because I do not want to spoil things too much. I have not continued my playthrough yet. That is on the list for tomorrow, and afterwards I need a really chill drawing session with Jen, I think. Is there a documentary? Yeah, I think some people said there was a lot of making of stuff for it. So yeah, I might have to go through that. Listen, I'll be your co-investor in Warhorse. The only thing I would like them to do, if I were an investor, is put out 2 art books per game, please. I think they have enough stuff to fill 2 art books. Oh yeah, I read that the actress that did the motion capture for Senua, they really modeled Senua closely after her. I mean, personally, I was very impressed with the facial animations, which were also done via motion capture, but they were really nice. You still need to rig your model in a proper way to achieve that kind of motion. Yeah, so I'll be watching that documentary once I'm done. But again, playing more is on the list for tomorrow. Ideally, I would also like to finish it tomorrow, but I'm not sure if I have the mental capacity for finishing the game. because I really needed to get out of the game after playing for like 1.5 hours the other day. It is so deeply uncomfortable, on purpose, and it is done really well. But also, I am a gamer. I have the choice to get out of the game for a while. Yeah, I think most, what I've seen, like, I tend to look on the Steam store page just to see how much time people spend in the game on average, especially for good reviews, because I imagine that people who leave good reviews tend to spend more time in the game than people who leave bad reviews. So I looked that up, and most people spend something like between 7 and 10 hours in the game. I also didn't read the reviews, I just looked at the time they spent in the game. I'm that kind of weirdo. I need to know how much time I need to plan for a game. The only times I cannot do that is when it's a new release. And the only times I do not want to do that is when it's a game that I'm very hyped for. And by hyped, I mean I haven't looked at any kind of promotional material in months, but I really want to go. Okay, yeah, I do see that maybe taking some time. But we'll see. I aim for maybe playing through tomorrow. If not, I still have Sunday, and if not Sunday, there is still another next week. So, I read. Oh, it's also 8:30 already. When did that happen? I think his ponytail might be a bit too high. There's more nose high. Yeah, we need to move this just a little bit, not much. Digital art for the win. We can change everything. And that is the most singing you'll ever hear out of me. Yeah, I always have tissues right here. And the box is still pretty full too, so tissues should not be an issue. I still have a tub of comfort ice cream in the freezer. Yeah. So I think, was there a way to... Oh, yeah. Okay, so in YouTube chat you can reply directly to somebody if that somebody sends a super chat. Since I'm not yet monetized on YouTube, there is no way to send a super chat, or super sticker is I think also a thing, or memberships. So yeah. Gotta reply the old-fashioned way with I'm just saying who I'm replying to. So yeah, YouTube monetization stuff. I am thinking about stuff, but I'm not really planning on anything just yet, because that idea of monetizing anything on YouTube is still so far out for me. Although I gotta say, streaming on YouTube has put me so much closer to it. In a sense that it is actually something I might have to think about in a couple of months if I keep keep up streaming and putting out videos. I mean, I do have an idea for another video. I just need to sit down and do the arting. Because I do not feel like vlogging anymore these days. I did try to do some vlogging stuff while I was in Scotland, but then I forgot for days on end. And eventually I just told myself, you know what, you're on vacation. You should not have to think about that. And then I didn't think about it anymore. So that's why there is no travel vlog. Yeah, I know, BP, that's such a weird concept. My brain thought it forgot something the entire time. I mean, I also wanted to have like a watercolor journal of traveling and stuff, but I got maybe two paint. No, it's just 3 paintings in there, and then I kind of gave up because I was like, I actually do not want to paint anything right now. And I'm on vacation. I don't need to paint anything. I can take photos and paint stuff later. And honestly, the best part was when I was in Glenbrittle and I had a 0 reception there. Like, my phone was basically dead to the world. The hostel did not have Wi-Fi either, and it was so nice to really be disconnected. There was no temptation to put to look at the phone the entire time because there was nothing new to see. The only thing you could theoretically see is what time is it. And for that I had a watch. So that was neat. Like, for the entire evening while there, I just left the phone in my room, and that one evening I spent playing cards with other people at the hostel, which was really nice. And yeah, really disconnected. I don't know. I kind of want to replicate that at some point, but the thing is, when being home, the Wi-Fi router is like just right outside there. You can actually see it. That thing at top, that console there. That's my Wi-Fi router. And even if I were to unplug it, I could just plug it back in. And I do not have that kind of self-control to not do that. And it's so sad. Oh, that's great gags that the burgers turned out nice. Were there enough burgers? Did you have enough hash browns? Oh, baby, you wanna hack me? I'm thinking about how I would find out my IP address, but I think I know how. I mean, technically, I think my IP address is the one that I used to get into the router settings, so... Oh yeah, is that another one? I don't know. Well, I could Google that. And then there might be a Google AI answer of... I don't know, what else is there? About IP chicken? Yeah. Okay. Oh, or is that a site where you can check your IP? Yes, it's a site, okay. I thought, like, I'm chickening out from giving people my IP. I mean, yeah, it's not a good idea to just give random people your IP address, but UPP are not a random person. Not anymore. That time has passed. Also, no, I won't give it to you because I do not like to be hacked. Thank you. I used to have a little program that would go off every, was it 30 minutes or 25 minutes? Well, about every half hour. That would basically make my screen freeze up and give me some exercises to stretch. And I think I still have it in some of the really old recordings I did. Back in the day, it might pop up in some of these, but I haven't used it in a long time. I don't even know what it is called anymore. I'll have to see if I can find out again. You could technically also skip those breaks, but I think I would only let you do skips so often. I'm not sure right now. I can't find out what it was. That should not be too hard. Also, I need to break this up a bit. That's not just rock props on the ground. They are going into the ground. We can leave some there. Maybe a bit harsher. There, it can flow in there. Alright, yeah. The boots are on another layer. Because that is character art, and I'm now on the background layers. But yeah, I used to be on my PC so much. I mean, technically I'm still on my PC way too much. But it is also where I'm drawing the most. So, oh, what can I do? Oh, also, I'm just noticing. No, I was further down. Let me check in my very blurry version. It should be somewhere up here. There. Okay, that's there. Okay. I know where the thing is. And now I need to put the thing. Mm-hmm. Yep, that looks good. You didn't share it with me, but I think you mentioned it at some point, because that is not totally new information for me. Oh my god, that sounds obnoxious. I mean, I'm currently trying to get back into a writing routine. What has helped me is look up archived writing streams by other YouTubers. And that way I basically have somebody I'm writing along with, And what they do is mostly like they have like half an hour of talking, answering questions, just, you know, being social. Then have a 20-minute writing sprint before being a bit social on stream again for a while, and then another sprint, and yeah, that goes ad infinitum. Well, not in, maybe for 3 hours in total. Main sound was, you know, the sound of, oh my god, that is such an annoying sound. Like, it's fine if you just have like 2 cups and you put a straw in and it's done. But, oh boy, that's such an annoying sound if you hear it constantly. But you know what another really annoying sound is? In Star Wars KOTOR, like Knights of the Old Republic, when you were on Kashyyyk, and they have the wildlife sounds. There's one of... It sounds a bit like a monkey. Not quite. I mean, it's probably a very modified version of a monkey. And it's so annoying. It goes off like every 5 seconds, I think. I tend to forget about that sound, and then once in a while I rewatch that one KOTOR review, and they mention that in that review, and then I have like war flashbacks of that sound. Although another really annoying sound is, okay, this is a very obscure game, but it's called The Eye of the Dragon, and basically you're plugged into this world as a dragon. You play as a dragon, and your mission is to free the lands of monsters. And in the, I think it's the 2nd area that you get to, maybe the 3rd, there's one kind of monster that if you attack it, it kind of gives that dolphin sound off. It is so fucking annoying. And it's a great game though. I think it's from 2004, so really old, but I love it. I have great memories of playing that during New Year's Eve one time, and like every hour my mom would call us down to, you know, have a bit of fireworks and leading up to midnight. And in between those, I always tried to finish one area. And it worked pretty well for a while there. And then the bigger areas were not so easy to finish it within an hour. But yeah, nice game. Do recommend. Again, you're playing as a dragon. I don't remember any other game that actually lets you be a dragon. Fire your little fire or ice or poison. Yeah, one was a fire dragon, one was an ice dragon, and the other was technically called a necromancer, but he spit fire, not fire, poison. Or is it venom? I guess it's more like a venom since you don't have to ingest it. Maybe I should play that on stream at some point. Such a really old game. But yeah, that dolphin sound that one monster makes, very annoying. Super annoying. We can't skip that. Did I? Oh, I made a new layer. For a moment there, I was very worried that I could not erase that one thing, but I just made an extra layer. It was not the wrong layer. some tiles in there. And I'm trying to put more line weight to those ends of the tiles that are further away from the giant flame there. We shall see if I succeed. There's technically a good chance that if I keep going with the stream today, I might actually just finish the entire page. Like inking the entire page. I'm not going to color that today. I think my hands would not forgive me. These tiles definitely have evolved over the course of me drawing this little comic, because they used to be a lot more subtle at the beginning. Ah well, such is the way of comicking. things change all the time. There are definitely days that I wish I had actually taken the time yet to learn some Blender stuff and make this whole background thing way easier on me. Alas, I keep pushing that into not today, not this week, not this month. I could. The only thing that I really needed to do was put it in here, which is my planner. Have like a week dedicated to really learning Blender. And I might not even need all the features that you can learn in a week. I know of a really good tutorial series on YouTube, so it's not even that I'm lacking the educational materials to do the things. So yeah, everything that's stopping me is just me. And I have tried Blender before, following the infamous donut tutorial, and I don't know, it didn't really click all that well with me. Possibly because it is stuff that I'm like, I don't know when I would ever need a donut, and that's my brain being like, why would I need a donut? The fact that it's learning the principles of the program does not register with this brain. I've requested a refund for this brain so many times. Manufacturer would not grant it. Because I'm also really bad at doing studies, with like art studies, sometimes I will do gesture drawings and stuff, and I can see the sense there, even if it's poses that don't entice me that much. Like, I wouldn't know when I would actually use certain poses, but I can see how it's like learning the body in motion. But I don't really like doing it all that much, even if I use my own characters for it. I often learn best by just doing things and hoping for the best. And also messing up a lot. And learning from that. Yeah, exactly. That is something that I've been looking at. Like a friend from another server, another bubble, has had that one tutorial recommendation, and it does look good, and the stuff she could do with that looked really nice. I just need to get around to actually doing it. One day I will learn it. Oh, it's that one, okay. It's the other one. You? Oh no, you're not that kind of... Ah, there! There's the ruler that I was looking for. You can try. Maybe it helps. It has helped in other instances, so maybe it works. Okay, let's get another parallel. Gosh, that's also a very weird word. Why is it a curve now? I didn't want a curve. I wanted a line. Oh, also my dishwasher just started up. If you hear weird sounds, it's just the appliance. I did put a timer in for that one, because I thought I might be done with stream by now, so it wouldn't interfere with the sound. Alas, I'm still here. And we basically only have the tiles left and some of the charcoal stuff, which I'm thinking about it. I might also just paint in. Might be easier than doing this. Ooh, good for dishes done. The dishes are always like my boss enemy. Final boss. That's the word. I hate doing the dishes. For me, it's mostly a sensory thing. I don't like touching dirty water. And with the dishes, I know the water is dirty because I know I put dirty stuff in it. I've tried doing it with gloves. Doesn't work. My brain is still like, eee, dirty water. I'm like that elephant in Tarzan, like the Disney version of Tarzan, being like, I don't know how it goes in English, I just know the German version because it was in every commercial. When he wants to dip his toe into the water and asks his mom if it is sanitary. That's me with the dish water. No, it's gross. So I put literally everything into the dishwasher, even the pants you're not supposed to put in there. I'm a bad person. Yeah, no, I think I'll just keep putting the pans into the dishwasher even though I'm not supposed to. It's easier, even though that's basically me saying, who cares about the planet? What kind of stuff gets into the water and how long I can potentially use that pan properly. See, the thing is, I can touch other dirty stuff. I don't mind that, but if it's dirty water, specifically water that might have scraps of food in there, no, that's not something I can touch. Well, I can touch it, but I will feel very grossed out doing so. I mean, I'm also somebody like, when my siblings were very young, like a couple months old, kind of young, and my mom would give them the water bottle to drink from that when we were out and about. And they didn't have that kind of control yet to have the backwash not end up in the bottle, or at least not that much of it in the bottle. And you would have these little pieces of food swimming in the water bottle. I got so grossed out by that. And I mean, that's baby and toddler stuff. It happens. That's normal for them. But I got so grossed out by that. And that is basically my worst nightmare. I'm probably one of the reasons I will never have kids. I don't have a vector line. Can try to liquefy tool a bit. It is all that's bulgy there. Yeah, I don't think I have China on my list of places I absolutely definitely need to go to. Like, they are probably really beautiful places there as well. But I do not want to know about them, so I don't need to go there. Oh, look. It's my boy Arno. Oh, you're a big one. Hmm? You're being cute and not obnoxious. Such a cutie. If he wants to, he can be the best kitten ever. Hmm? I mean, I guess he might have gotten sufficient amounts of food to be chill. Not necessarily satiated, but at least to be chill. Nope. Please don't step on my keyboard. That would be nice. Thanks. Well, he tried. My sweetie. don't trust you on the keyboard. Where is really? Oh, he is not too sensitive around the tail. He is not one where you want to touch the belly. You okay? Like, if he presents his belly, seemingly wanting belly rubs, that's a trap. For him, it's definitely a trap. Elise, on the other hand, maybe 10% trap. 90% she really wants belly rubs and belly scratches, and she will get them. We're both pretty good with it. No, you're not biting into the milk carton. No. No, you will not. Did you only come here to potentially get another treat? Did you do that? Is that you? Yes, you're a good boy. When you're not biting into the milk carton, you're an even better boy. Bestest boy. You're the bestest boy. Yeah. So now I'm scratching the behind of this cat. Yes. I think he wants me to come to bed so we can cuddle. And I mean, we are basically done with the inks. Oh, are you biting my stylus? Are you biting my stylus? I mean, yeah, the stylus had it coming. It was moving. Yeah, it was moving. It was moving. So. Alright. And yeah, I guess we are done with the inks. Except for the burnt stuff here. But as I said before, I think I will just paint that in. That is a whole lot faster. Oh yes, he was proudly presenting his bud. Meanwhile, Elise is just chilling on her ottoman. Where's City? Oh, look at him, he is just coming back. You think there may be treats? Oh, he knows there will be treats. That's what he's saying. I know for sure. While I was on break, I was like, no, this is a drink for mommy, because it had caffeine and cocoa in there, so that's not exactly good for cats. And he was still back talking, so I asked him, is your name Mommy? He said yes. Mama? One of these days I do want to record him meowing so often and then put that on a time-lapse drawing video of him just narrating the entire time. So that is a plan I have. I think it might be a good one for April 1st. Now you all know that, but you will forget it for the next... I mean, it's still about half a year till April 1st, so psst, don't tell anybody. But that is a plan I have. And then the other thing is, I think at least in Da Vinci it is possible to like select a point in your video and then have it something put on top of it and then have it trace the motion. I might have to, like, yeah, exactly, that's what I'm thinking of, having like a cat paw on top of my hand, like guiding it if I can't put a big enough cat paw over my hand and just have it trace my hand motion, basically. That would be the idea. We'll see if I figure it out. I probably have to start sometime soon. But yeah, since Arno is so talkative, so very talkative, yes, you are, that might be a really neat idea for April Fools. Again, I still have about half a year. Should get on that in 4 months at the latest. Yeah, I know, it's just explaining everything in just a moment. He's in the bamboo again. Who is not supposed to go into the bamboo? Yes, you. Exactly. 100 points. Hmm? Mm-hmm. Yeah, go in your box. Hmm? Yeah, it was ordered from Amazon. It's a good box. Okay. He is sitting in his box now. I don't know, can you actually see that? Oh, you see a bit of his head. Don't I? Yeah, that might be better. Mm. And of course, he leaves the moment anybody sees it. Boy, you're not going into the bamboo. Come here. Come here. Oof. He's heavy. He's heavy. He's a heavy boy. That's why the vet said he needs to lose weight. Weight. Yeah. He needs to be dieting. He doesn't like diets. I mean, I love doing time lapses. Here, let me show you what we did today. Oh wait, that's the long version. Let's make it a fast one. Oh yeah, that was a lot of Oh, Elise is relaxing on an ottoman with a pillow on top. Yes, sweet girl. Oh, she's put on display. I've been thinking about replacing the ottoman at some point, because I did use it as a stepping stool at one point a couple of years ago, and kind of broke the plate in the center of the top thing, but it's still good enough for the cats and for me to rest my feet on if I'm not standing on it. And yes, they are multilingual. They hear me speaking in English and in German the entire time. Sometimes they get some Japanese if I actually manage to watch an anime. But I'm not talking Japanese to them because I do not know enough about that. Look at her just enjoying life. Mini Sissy? Mini Sissy Elise? And generally they do understand the mom voice, But sometimes they decide they do not want to hear the nanny language, and then they just ignore it, no matter what I speak. Große? Oh, that's good if they do that. I need to make some very weird sounds like psh, 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 psh. And maybe then they will not be obnoxious to each other. Sometimes we have another cat. I don't know if he's a stray or just, well, not a house cat, but can go out. Outdoor cat, that's what I was looking for. If he's just an outdoor cat or if he's a stray, I don't really know, but he goes under my balcony sometimes, and Arno and Elise will growl at him. And for Arno specifically, the hair on his back, like right along the spine, will really stand up, and his tail will be so plushy. Sweetie, what did they say about the bamboo? No kitties in the bamboo. No kitties in the bamboo. You are a kitty. So not you in the bamboo. No. No. Yeah, so where was I? Oh yeah, Arno's fur just stands up and his tail is all fluffy. And while they are both growling and hissing, they sometimes catch a sight of each other. Like, usually Elise is on a chair while Arno is on the ground, and when they catch sight of each other, they will just hiss at each other, growl at each other, and then do the whole motion with their forearms. Alright, sweeties. And that's when I have to go in between them. As in say, psh, 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 psh. And then usually, by the time I get out on the balcony, the other cat already knows that I'm the person that sometimes throws water at them. Like, I do have some water right outside. I can just take it and throw it at the cat. Usually he manages to evade it, and if he gets it, I'm telling myself it's just water. I'm just making sure he knows he's not welcome in the vicinity of this balcony. But yeah, he knows that by now, and then he is already like whoosh, gone, hiding under a car close by, still watching us. Sweetie, no kitten in the bamboo. No! Snatched him! He does not like it. Yeah, and if I then chirp very loud and go back inside, usually both Elise and Arno are following me because they expect treats at that point. For being such good protection kitties. Yes, I'm telling the internet how brave you are. You are high up on a balcony and you're chasing away invaders. Yes. And sometimes you get treats for that. The other side of that is when somebody other than me enters this flat, like be it a plumber or even my mom and my siblings, they are under the kitchen so fast. Lightning fast. What's the matter, sweetie? Is the tube not open? Yeah. So there's a tube with cat mold, which helps them digest, well, not technically digest, but make sure the hair that they lick up when they clean themselves goes through the entirety of their intestines and not curl up into balls that they puke out again. And there's a tube of cat mold there that they threw down, and it's not open. And Mommy is not getting up, rushing there to give them some cat mold. Apparently it's also tasty. He's just pacing over there. Yeah, but yeah, we definitely made friends with stone cold predators. And they learned they do not need to hunt, they just need to look cute. Like, oh, look at this guy. Oops, let me pluck you from over there. Oops. Look at him. No? Isn't he a cutie? He looks so... I'm just a baby. I'm just a hungry little baby. No? So, I guess this is a good time to also end the stream, because we've been at this for 4.5 hours. Oh my god. Where did the time go? Yeah, also let's export the time-lapse while we're on it. Long is in there. There we go. And let's also save the page again. And then I will give them their evening treats. Ooh, somebody perked up. So yeah, let me switch you all over to ending, because we are indeed ending the stream now. It's been a lot longer than I expected it to be, but we got through basically all the inks on this page, which is good. We were very productive. So thanks for coming along on this ride. And thanks for listening to Arno on how starved he is and what a bad life he has. Yeah. I'll see you again in another stream. There's another one planned for next Friday, and I am thinking about also having a game stream on the 31st of October, so Halloween. I'm currently thinking about a couple of different games that I might be playing, but I haven't really decided yet. Maybe I will have by next week. So until then, I'll see you around, and thanks for coming. Have a nice rest of your day and weekend. Bye bye.